Hello guys, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I've not streamed in over a week. I completely forgot what happened in Endwalker. But we'll try to figure it out what happened gradually. Welcome in everyone. Happy Wednesday wherever you are. My name is Annie. Yeah. Endwalker was a lot of fun. We are in Old Sharlayan, just resting in our room. The room is really nice. It's very very college dormy type with all like the posters and information like just everywhere. It's really nice. I've kind of noticed this too with like other in rooms aside from like Crystarium, but the lighting here is absolutely horrible. It's atrocious, the lighting in here. And it's kind of a shame I can't really fix it, but like, look at this. Lighting is just so bad. Yeah, but anyway, we started Endwalker last time back on Monday. I've not streamed in like 9 days or 8 days, whatever it is. Mainly because I started a new job last week and I had 3 sets of 8 a.m. 8-hour shifts, so that kept me busy and I was just exhausted. I did say that I was going to stream like on the Friday last week, but I didn't do it because I was just tired and yeah, I do apologize for that. I think this week though, the schedule is going to cool down a bit. I do work tomorrow and then Friday I have an off day, but we'll see what happens. I want to do the Rising event. I want to do all of the Reaper quests because I got my Reaper to level 80. And then we'll do some other assorted tomfoolery afterwards. But yeah, we'll make up the bonus stream that I had planned last week for this week. But alright, what happened here in Endwalker? We hitched a boat. Again, spoilers for Endwalker, of course, obviously, for any lurkers. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. We hitched a boat. We started Endwalker. During our trip, we did run into the woman in white, who was Hydaelyn herself, paying us a visit. And it's just interesting, like, after all that time, all the journeys that we've gone through, like, Hydaelyn now decides to show herself. I don't remember exactly what she said to us, per se. Just that, like, darkness was coming. Oh, yeah. From what I remember, all of the previous calamities that have happened, the rejoinings, all of those rejoinings that we've gone through, or not us going through. Hi Bond, welcome in, glad to have you. All of the rejoinings that have occurred of a star being absorbed into the source, all of that power and that energy that has caused calamities and death and suffering has also empowered either Hydaelyn or Zodiark. The last couple of calamities have empowered Zodiark and weakened Hydaelyn. So Hydaelyn has shackled Zodiark, but the recent couple of calamities have given Zodiark more power and made Hydaelyn weaker, is from what I remember from the ship. And we reached Old Sharlayan. We got properly processed through. We are Alphanode and Gravatia and Krile's like assistants, me and Astinian. We did MSQ, we got acquainted with the place, really nice area, and we did the MSQ split. We did the first half of the MSQ split with Thancred and Oriange. We went to Thavnir, and we went to Thavnir, which is really beautiful, very colorful and scenic, and very inspired like by Indian culture. It was really beautiful. We found out that the people that were working there, collaborating with the Matangas, were also trying to figure out a way to kind of silence the corruption, the tempering from the towers, from the little jewels that they were constructing. And the head scientist, Matanga, I forgot her name, she wanted to do a test run of it, so we went with her to the tower, to one of the towers there in Thavnir, and she got kidnapped and enslaved by the tower by Fandaniel. And then we had an echo vision, and we learned that Fandaniel was actually an incarnation of Amon from the Elegants. And I believe the Amon from the Crystal Tower raids was a clone. So much like Emmett Selk was like the Emperor Solus, the one who founded the Elegans and the Garlean Empire, Amon was also an Ascian who was Fandaniel, more or less. So he was working for Emmett Selk, too. And a lot of striking developments that have occurred so far in the verse set of story. And we're not even in MSQ 81 yet. So we finished Thancred and Urianje's side of the story. Oh yeah, the leader of Thavnir, Radatan, I believe it's called. Let's go into the Thavnir. The leader of Thavnir was actually one of Midgard Zormer's dragons, their children. So that was quite the surprise, and Astinian, when we first entered into the chambers, Astinian like smelled him right away. He sensed him because he has Nidhogg's influence within him, and he was definitely one of his brothers. So that was really cool and really interesting stuff that we had. The dragon, they did tell us that the people of Thavnir were mainly humans and Aura who worked alongside a dragon, but the dragon is like the main leader of Thavnir. And then we said our goodbyes. Oh yeah, also prior to heading to Thavnir, we also had very fun moments of Thancred, me, and Urianje trying a new way of teleportation just to use the aetheryte crystals to teleport to Thavnir, and we all got sick in the process, and it was just funny shenanigans along the way. That was a lot of fun, for sure. Despite us trying to like stop Astinian from getting swindled out of his money. But okay, we're back. We finished that part of the MSQ split, so let's go talk to our friends again and start the other one. And that was a lot of talking, too. But welcome in, Bond. How you been? Happy Wednesday. I'm so surprised, like, I remembered all of that still. Like, it just came back to me. Alright guys, how you guys doing? I reckoned by way of Crete's experimental aetheryte, yet I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt. And apparently, we only need to ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though there were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore any kind of ill will. Okay, so that's his name, Vitra. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted hulls remaineth yet to be seen. That Arkasodara languish in Telavore chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnir who will be summoned to thwart us. Alright, let's talk to the kitties. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them to turn all their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its attentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and within the greatest of care. Hi, Graha. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more ready now than to tackle the challenges of the day. Good for you. The process by which the forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offer any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. All 98 of them. Alright. Let me put a marker. Suck. Marker. And let's start. Oop. That went by too fast. Alright. Just gonna breeze through that. Well, anyway. I can't abandon that. That's a shame. I thought I would abandon that, but let's see. Let's read what they said. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councils directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I've had this band of willing reinforcements, search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Do-do-do-do-do. Quest begins music. Right. I also need to buy more food items for EXP. I'm all out. I'm saving my other food items for like gathering and crafting. That's why I'm trying not to use them. We'll just make a quick stop to the markets very quickly. Do you have any food with us? We have Archon Loaf. Skill speed. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fruity loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritious standpoint, wholesome indeed. Delicious. Oh, are these custom delivery stuff? Where's the food seller at? Okay, I've been there. I've been there. Is that it? I guess I have to go to the market board, don't I? Mayhaps. Alright, food. Food. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be stuck in 2 million HP, or 2 million gil for like forever, at the rate I'm constantly spending money. What else? What else do you have? Sure. All right. Tranquility. See them? They're over there. Oh, the Studium. The infamous Studium. Hi, Crow. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beyond the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gooba Library pale in comparison to the Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizens of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only the Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. Ooh, forbidden knowledge. I've dispatched Istola and Graha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search to the sacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once we found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Oh, is this the nerd stream today? The bookworm stream? Do I gotta change into my scholar in order to do this? Like, do we gotta put on the glasses and just start reading? Alright, come on. Oh, hello. I'm assisting my colleagues in the hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbrita, but it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. That goes pretty deep down there. Were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes. If there's anything else you require, simply say the word. Title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Yeah. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a rogue-hidden man by the name of Nuncriff. Nuncriff was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep the lands over Eorzea. A flood, you say? So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold into the horror of the strangely churning waters that drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Niancriff's crew hauled them aboard his ark. Was that the same ship in Girabania that we saw in the peaks? Was that the same ship? Because we never really addressed why that ship was there, unless my memory is kind of bad, but the danger had passed. A towering wave approached and threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Niancriff wore a mighty spell of teleportation. A shuttle shifted the entire ship to safety atop Alabathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to the violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Niancriff gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Sharlayan we live to this day. Ah, okay. I see. Interesting. One sec, let me read this. Okay. Anyway. Roads of old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporia. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum. Cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in great detail. But hey, we still got lore though. Lore is lore. Rather in the middle of something. Yeah. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, public forum which every citizen was eligible to speak. The city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to even longer debates, resulting in significant delays in vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. In the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Alright, that's 2. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but on the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet among the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, the heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who could explain in satisfactory detail why our own stars revolve around the sun. It was the technologicus, I can't say that damn word, I can't read today. Technologus, to say that, of Alec, who came closest to understand the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Wrong subject. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life to which achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I'm forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. The pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. Okay. That is good advice, though, from what it reread. Like, yeah, like, don't grow up. Like, never grow up. Like, always stay true to yourself. But also, like, take care of yourself as well. Like, age is but a number. Stewards of wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrith, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born of strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics comes shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture come bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, endless squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan lived by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay. We are done. Let's talk to them in the middle. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Alright, we're done being bookworms. God, Astinian would hate doing this. Like, joining us and just reading all these books. Like, he would get bored so easily. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphinote and Krile should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangibly relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been so nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinote and I were to return to Sharlayan, we would not be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our other efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. The southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelled in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. Okay, so the fourth was earthquakes, earth. The fifth was ice. Okay. I believe he showed us that in the PowerPoint presentation in Shadowbringers. That one of the calamities, the rejoinings, was earth and ice too. And then the 13th was darkness. And then the first is light, obviously. Okay. It's nice that they tie in those elements to disasters here with earthquakes and ice. Hi, Gerald. Do you have a pizza for us today? Welcome in. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of the elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for the most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the region Locus Aminus. Renamed the region Locus Aminus. Thank you for the pizza. Appreciate it. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the...
I'm in danger!
When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family. The nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the elegant eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me if it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are common among Sharlayans than you might think. This game is basically adopting orphans. More or less. Yet regardless of our origins, we've all provided an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient Graha, your big words. With sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness. Aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Oh yeah, there's also that. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Timea. More company should be arriving any moment now. It's nice that we got a Grahatia lore as well, which was really nice. We returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krile had already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers into umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum team members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions relating to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand. I fear I might be overlooking critical details. Sure. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. What do we remember from that? Yeah, creation magics was also a thing. If I remember correctly, they were also summoning. That was like the first instances of summoning, so... Yeah, the final boss in Amarat was summoned, I think. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the Aether. I believe Hydaelyn and Zodiark were summoned after the final days had arrived, quite deliberately, in fact. If we're speaking of phenomenon caused by the final days, the chaos of creation magics run rampant is what first comes to mind. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That's more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. With a rod awesome note which herald the approach of the final days. Alpha Node, you can answer this one. Hold on. I need to get some water. Okay, let's see. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. Keening sound from the land itself. I believe it was the entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. Oh. I think you may be misremembering. It was more of a gradual spread. The Amaranting spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself. It has been a few weeks already since I finished Shadowbringers. Alpha Node, bear with me. So, yeah, no, more like a month, I guess. Like, more than a month, 2 months since I finished base Shadowbringers. Convenient to have Alfie to ramble on about background lore. Yeah, I don't remember this crap. It has been like 2 months already since I finished base, so... Right. The Amarantin spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself, just before our region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive. Probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numidian mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Dalamud from the sky. They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. I just started playing Stormblood like 2 weeks ago, like for the first time. I mean, this is Endwalker, so it's like 2 expansions ahead. Probably should head out, I guess, because this is 2 expansions later, but I hope you're enjoying Stormblood at least. Yeah, this is like big lore stuff right here, so it's major spoilers. But yeah, I hope you like Stormblood. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. And once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. I'm not worried about spoilers. Okay. Alright then. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have them allow them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Yeah, that was their MO. That was like their main goal throughout the journey up to now. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forums, shall we? Should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis time we begin studying these research papers. Oh great, more reading. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they knew aught of the final days, then their knowledge might suffice in their writing. That is my hope anyway. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gallo first brought me here. I tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Flying carpets. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Waiting, waiting, waiting. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Arianje learned of the source's reflections from the Garen articles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on the shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunato with knowledge of the Telophorite and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. That is true. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guarding the Forum's behavior, it's being kept secret from the rest of the nation. I need to take an ad break after this because my throat is dry. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of final days or no. These books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Yeah. Do I gotta change it to scholar again? I wanted to burn things. You labor for what feels like an age as Ystola's research assistant. Great, so last time it was Alphinode's assistant as a painter. Now this time it's Ystola's research assistant, here in Endwalker. Your efforts to gain Graha attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in reading. I found naught of interest so far. I think Y'shtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal quite a few moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Sure. But it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Alright. Let me check the gear item. 510. 515. Hi Ellie, welcome in. How are you today? We were reading a lot of books. Yeah, my throat is really dry right now from all the talking and the reading. But yeah, we're gonna take a break right now. I'm gonna get more water. We'll come right back and we'll do more reading. Astinian would totally hate this if he joined us here, but we'll be right back. Alrighty, hello, we're back. Let's do another marker. I think I did one already, but... Alright. Wow, it got dark very quickly. What time is it? 5:47. They really would do well putting streetlights here. Possibly. It's just so dark. Let me talk to everyone. Okay, we talk to you. Alright. Alize. A seat at the last stand. Alize appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Tamea? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are gonna calcify. Oh, they're there. I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. And I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Oh yeah, there's also a cafe here. There's an aetheryte. Today's one of those days nothing is working out. Besides that, I'm awesome. Just for example, I had to stop for 15 minutes at a railway crossing on my way back home. Yeah, that's happened before. Like, usually in my case, is like when I'm waiting for a train, sometimes the train will just freaking stop, and it's annoying. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe sprung up for customers. Yeah, I think the worst example is probably like 30 minutes. Just, yeah, it's annoying. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophori. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Oh, we're guiding her. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telophori. these enemies a peace that promised an end to all we hold dear, and... What? You're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge your barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumor. I thank you to leave me be. I have naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Ha! Come to me, huh? Bitch. Who else? To make another key for my card, machine was malfunctioning. Key guy had to carve the key. Yikes. Almost 1 hour waiting. Jeez. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we're hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophori and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, isn't that the young Miss Levier? My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if it were to reach Master Fortunato that I was helping you... I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Do not wish to give offense, but your companion is a well-known figure in the city. You never know who might be watching. Honestly, I'm quite ready to bust heads right now. Like, if people are watching, like, I'm ready to throw down. Like, stop with the secrets already. Let's fucking go. I'm ready to take any of you bitches on right now. Like, enough with the secrets already. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salazar I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphinaud had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Is everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunato may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Jeez, that is so messed up. That, like, they would always be wont to spill secrets. Like, you can't keep any kind of secret in that damn family. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We had questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Mr. Dickon, have you heard of anything of an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Fortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders, strike up some fairly friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. I'm gonna forget all of this. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you'll see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If I'm not sure, I'll ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I am gonna get this wrong. Let's try to look the part, I think. Sure. The warrior of waitresses. Uh-huh. It's a shame I can't give them to them in any order. Like, I have to... Damn it. Okay. Hello. May I take your order? Yeah, the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafra who? I'm sorry, I never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Ritual arcane practices of the 6th. Huh. These guys wanted an omelet, I think. The omelet. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telophoroi? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Some most senseless warmongering. When will these fools get tired of spilling each other's blood? Best to stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. The oven-baked lobster. Alas, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Tell me about the end of the world. Final days. The first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, and by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. These Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats. The many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Alize, I have news. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get everyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the cassettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Tea time. I'll change later, because this is a cute outfit. This should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graha said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
The Gleaners? What are they carrying?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
Why do I feel like the answer is there? Because apparently we've looked everywhere else except there.
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Yeah, because plot.
Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum.
Yep.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Mm-hmm. It's a good lead, at least. Alright, let's change very quick. A Labyrinthian Descent. Alize is excited to share your revelations. You should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenor, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. I wasn't here. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Where's Alize? I thought she was with you. My loyal system returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Welcome back, Tamea. I've been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners took their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Tamea and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now for the Gleaners, official agents of the state have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Or attack us outright. A fine idea. I mean, anything would be better than burning my head in a another dusty book. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Graha. Let's head down to the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Speak with Alize, follow her lead. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find a path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, stay close. Alright, lead the way. Oh. Okay, come on. Pleasant here among the trees. We really should move along. Yeah, maybe, come on. Oh, where is this? Now we run, try to keep up. Thank you. I swear, if we had to walk all the way over there... We cross this bridge. up here? The rostra, not far now. Here we are, through the store and down the stairs. You do remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. It's kind of interesting. I don't see like any exits. Like, is this the entire island? No, right? Because this is water right here. So there's probably more to this island than... But that'll probably be available afterwards. Maybe. Oh, this is where the Chocobo Keep is. So there probably is stuff beyond this. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the Rasta there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. No, I followed orders, of course. This time. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of the questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? Taking the liberty of securing permission from our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
I am it.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Is this an underground, like, area?
Knowledge,
That's interesting.
buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
The Northern MP Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
That is so cool.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
It's not that.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
It was definitely not that. Yeah, it's a freaking... It is huge. Wow. It's a new area. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Erenville. Oh, male, bunny. You're here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you exhausted gleaners. They're very creative with the names. Erenville, Arenvold. Very creative. Junkmonger. Leech. Let me think. The receipt should be item 1058. Common seed should be 1059. Snurbbleberry, 1060. Or were they 1061? Ugh, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all of this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone makes the Kurthan carrots from Girabanian carrots? What then? Large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Most of these gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've been down here and haven't been down here in an age. I wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I could see, however, there is not obviously out of place. It seems we have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Let's take a look around. And apparently they told us that there's even more underground. Maybe down there. Yeah, there are currents down here. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. There's no warning at all. This mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could they be changing the layout? Perhaps for the next big expansion. Taking stock in Labyrinthos. Any luck, Timea? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Massive inventory operation, large quantities of cargo, exhausting work causing accidents, such as a gleaner inadvertently freeing a pack of marmots. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right, the forum is definitely up to something. They're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Glorified rat catcher. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the gleaners are being tasked to do. Interesting music. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game Timea, I have an idea. Yes? Didn't one of the gleaners you mentioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. I like that we're just kneeling down to her. That's cute. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. You can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. I could hear you two talking. Alright. Speak with Erenville. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nangshan marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. We're capturing rodents. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that wouldn't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alright, coming out, Mr. Beaky. Beaky. Let's hunt some rodents. troll. It's kind of cute. I like the goofy teeth. Search for grizzled mice, any enemies which appear. There's one. Oh, chirp, squeak. Barely had you ready to sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Oh, that stinks. Also, Mr. Beaky's new outfit, Barding, was acquired when I finished the Lakeland Shared Fates. So once I finished 60 Fates in Lakeland, they had more things to get from the gemstones, and one of them was the Barding here from Mr. Beaky. And apparently, if you complete all of the fates in a given area, like more rewards will happen, like mounts and stuff. In Lakeland, it was the Barding, some cards and materials too, which was pretty nice. And I believe once you do all of them, even more rewards will open up. Where is the next one at? Aw. I don't want to kill these guys, they're so cute. Yeah, the trolls are really cute. I don't want to hurt them. Squeak. A sturdy sack, supposedly large enough to hold one or more squirming marmots. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Oh, come on. It's above us, isn't it? Go around, perhaps? Oh, there's the current. Alright. Excuse me, gentlemen. I love the exploration part of a new expansion. Yeah, it's really... Yeah, me too. The very fact that this is underground is just blowing my mind. Like, look at this area. It's so big. Probably not going to fully explore the area until much later, but it's a lot of fun. Chirp. Come here. Squeak, squeak. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Deliver the squirming sack to Erenville. Even Dawn Trail, that I did not like, the exploration was arguably good. I can only imagine what Dawn Trail's like. I kind of get the feeling Dawn Trail's like more colorful and scenic. Like, I'm excited to get to that eventually. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. The sack holds the plump, wiggling form of one greatly annoyed, grizzled mouse. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's too soon to release them to their habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Probably the most obvious question. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now in perpetuity. Same officials who had us work day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Tameo. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who is looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Krile, the students of Aldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We'd hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, doesn't it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture, and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I cannot offer you more than for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend here? So we've confirmed that the order of this ambitious cooperation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. It feels like maybe the Telophoroi are working with the Forum. And they only put this plan into motion after Elidibus, the last of the Unsunder, had fallen. So now they have free reign to put their plans into motion without the original Asians interfering, perhaps. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set them all in motion. Yeah, I definitely feel Sharlayan and the Telophoroi are working together, I think. Perhaps. It seems likely, but let us not leap to the conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Except all of you. Yeah, all of you know. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archean? Archean. Fuck, I can't read words today. That place. From there, we could reach the lower... Krile, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. Sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Krile, is your soul waning as well? Do we need to put you back in your own body too? Oh, wait. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let us be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way. I just realized something. Okay, I'll say it after. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archean. We followed the path east through the forests when you were chasing after that mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. She probably needs a burger and fries. Okay. It's kind of a far-fetched theory, but I'm kind of thinking maybe... We've kind of seen this similar thing before with our other friends too. But in that case, like, their souls were waning because they were separated from their bodies for too long. I'm kind of wondering, is Krile here just a soul, and her body is still here, but because it's been so long since Stormblood, is her soul waning just like everyone else's? And like, the Telophoroi, or the Empire, have her body because she was kidnapped at one time, and they were performing like experiments on her to kind of copy the Echo. Did they also kind of find a way to extract her soul from her body? Kind of in the similar fashion that, well, not similar. Yeah, but then again, like Graha, Exarch, I don't know. It's probably not true. It's just something else. Maybe like Heidelin's like calling to her or something, perhaps. But that would be an interesting theory, though. Like if her soul was extracted and she was this corporeal form here as a soul, but in the source. But anyway, and maybe it's her turn to kind of experience what's been happening to everyone in Shadowbringers, but. Though, to be fair too, like, if she's being The alternative is also like Hydaelyn is calling to her, but at the same time too, Hydaelyn already called out to us like twice already. She could just do that and just speak to us. Like, so there's probably another reason why Kryle's experiencing this. I'm probably going to lean into that theory, I think, of this is not her body. This is her. She's basically a ghost with a soul. And she's been separated since Stormblood because the Garleans or the Telophorite still have her body, perhaps, maybe. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers kept the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Are you okay? Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that. Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. She paused there. She had a pause there. Okay. Behold. That place. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. This is the theme of the Anti-Tower, isn't it? I think it is. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon, I think it's Archaeon, perhaps, contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Alright. Okay. Let's take another break because ads are going to start in a minute. And when we come back, we're going to see what's up with Krile. I'm still holding on to my theory that her soul has been extracted from her body. But we'll get right back to that. So I'll be right back. Hello guys, we are back. During the break, I did more thinking. Kryle's headaches, kind of going back to my original theory of what Kryle's experiencing. I thought about it further, and I feel like it's going back to Shadowbringers, of kind of like the similar means of people's bodies being extracted from their souls. I originally thought that Kryle's soul was extracted from her body during that time period where she was kidnapped in Stormblood. And the Empire scientists were finding ways to recopy the Echo, but at the same time too, they were also possibly doing experiments to extract the body from the soul. And since the Empire is tied with the Ascians, another kind of thought occurred to me in the form of Elidibus, as we kind of learned that Elidibus was Zodiark's heart separated from its body. And the Empire was finding ways to do the same. So I'm kind of led to believe that they're finding ways to they're doing that research basically to put someone as Zodiark's heart. And I think my initial theory is Xenos is probably going to become fused with Zodiark. And they're using that research, the soul extraction from like Elidibus and the Scions, and experimented on Krile, because like I believe that she is just like our friends when they were in the first. So they're finding ways into that research to kind of bond Xenos with Zodiark. Again, don't answer or say anything. Just, these are my initial theories. And now, Krile is starting to feel the effects of being away from her body for so long. But my initial thoughts, at least. But okay. Alpha Node is gazing into the Archaon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. $510. Okay. But first, let's interact with that. Oh, Chocobo Keep. Shushu Tabby. That is a name. Oh, there's a frog here. You now have access to this region's gemstone exchange. Bicolored gemstones. Are they all the same? Ooh. They're all the same gemstones. Nice. Okay, that's good to know. I thought they were going to be like Endwalker based currency, but it looks like they're all the same. I will happily take that. It saves so much of the grind. I still gotta do all of the 5 areas of Shadowbringers. Greetings, we're here to pursue the Archaon's vaults. Peruse, you're clearly not gleaners then. May I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we would better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? The service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the convenience of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late, and we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? We're just being blocked at every turn here, ever since we got here. Students of Baldessian? Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit. The medial circuit lies in one tier below us. If they're gonna close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. Students must be furious. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to peruse this one further. Also, where's Graha at? Where's our missing cat boy? But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Can we go back inside, perhaps? Taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaon. Even if though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. It was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeak squeak. Oddest little squeak, don't you think? I suppose we ought to take care of it until the Archaon is open again. Can we jump up, down? No, we can't. Okay, here we can, but... Where is this other person? Oh, right there. Found them. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. It's this guy again. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot of birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Hornbill and shoebill. I wonder if they know each other. Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so a lion wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Yeah, this minigame again. Whack, whack. Is there, like, any secrets around here? Like, is there a freaking shoebill, like, around here somewhere for us to kind of patrol us? Look for a green bird which caws. Probably that one. Yeah, it's that one. Alright, but I still want to look around if there's like a freaking shoebill around here or something. I guess it's not here. I'm kind of disappointed. That stinks. This minigame is the only thing in the game that makes use of the DualSense adaptive trigger. Object failed if the wrong bird is selected. Yay.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
He has a voice. Hello, friends.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I shot a bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
I mean, it's not the worst thing I've done so far. I did steal that guy's pants, so...
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
I'm sensing Ascian
Those who are,
shenanigans.
the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
I think the main experiment they're trying to work on is to find a way to put someone into Zodiark's heart, as Zodiark's heart, kind of. Because they did that in the past, like the far past with Elidibus, so they're trying to like to find the means to do that now. I still think it's Ascian shenanigans, and initially they were trying to do those experiments during Stormblood too with Krile, but they kind of found a way to separate Kryle's soul from her body. But anyway.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
No worries.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Maybe we can... It's becoming a running pattern, maybe, of us being shipped away or something. Maybe we can actually just stow away in like a large crater or whatever. With air holes, of course.
I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Do we need Gatling guns? Climb down the wall this time instead of up? Like in Midgar?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Okay, he's been helpful.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
So we are sneaking in. We are usually always sneaking in, for sure. We snuck aboard the pirate ship to get to the Far East. We definitely have sneaked in a lot of times before. And it probably won't be the last time either. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erenville knew of it, and you were there to persuade him to share. The medial circuit which Erenville mentioned is directly the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let's see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. 'Tis faint, but I could hear something moving within. Creatures honed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Yay! Ooh. High fire 2, high... Damn. Aspect mastery... Awesome, what is this? Oh, it's up finally an upgrade to our AoEs. Wow. High fire, high blizzard. Okay, nice. Yeah, high blizzard 2, fire 2 to high fire. Okay. Cool. Alize seems eager to get underway. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up at the other end of the tunnel. Destination. Let's try high fire. Cool. It is so dark, can't see anything. Get closer. To the northwest. Yeah, almost to the northwest. So there's probably one over here, perhaps, if we just go up this way. Oh no, that's a cliff. I have to go around, perhaps? Or hold on. No, 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 no. To the east. There it is. I see it. Hello, friends. The mine shaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shovel about narrow tunnels? Probably for fun, perhaps? I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought. I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Timea, did you know Krile almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Oh, hold on. Oh, it was another, like, headache that she experienced. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. As promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumptions hold true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. Then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we can see. Hello, don't mind me. I'm just here to collect map completion. Oh hey, I've seen this thing before. That's cute. Ah, the grapes. Mhm. Ah, now I know where we are. This is the Marrow Argonomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies of cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. The meme in person, or in fruit. Uh-huh. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Nod. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Marial Argonomics. Ah, so you spend years researching these highly yield cultivation techniques. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent out via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop of that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. What crops are we raising? Well, you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north gave way to swaths of temperate plains, which in transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminus. They were so ugly at launch, the grapes. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. I wish it was more light here, but yeah, Can I G-pose? Timea, get out of here. I gotta change the focus. There we are. Yeah, PS1 level. I mean, look at that. Masterful graphics right there. Now they look good. Yep. Yeah, look at that detail. Compared to original Grapegate. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what they look like here. Like, this is kind of a... Everything cannot be as detailed, like a bunch of grapes, but, like, I wonder what these look like back then. Okay. We're done looking at grapes. Oh, there's a fate here. I have a link with a pic of the original grapes. Can I post it? Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Oh, our link's disabled. You can post it maybe in... maybe spoiler tag it, maybe in, Endwalker, hold on. Maybe DM me, I guess. Yeah, like, maybe DM me later on Discord, perhaps. I don't think, links are working. Let me see. Yeah, I think I changed the settings. Yeah, show me later. The mind trap, you say? Well, you're much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the forum has us filling orders lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation. I was met with vague assurances that we would all be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. I will change that after to enable links. The stack of crates in the hill is going below. That sounds promising. Gather the others and join you there. Stacked boxes. The labels on the crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. There used to be a setting you can temporarily permit a link by someone, but I think this is by Nightbot. Nightbot. I don't think I had Nightbot on here. I think I have Seribot, but it's okay. You could just show me later. Alright. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Oh, those are pretty.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
I know that voice.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
I'm heartbroken. I thought it was Artbert. Oh my god. I was ready to cry. It's his voice actor, but oh my god. Okay.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Alright, before I got very emotional and misled, what did he say? Hard to look away. But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. Oh, no.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild.
Interesting.
With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
I feel like this is really important, these flowers. Like, we're gonna come back to this, probably.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Let me see.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Can we still do that, though? The music playing right now might be a hint, perhaps. I mean, would she know something about it? Maybe? Probably not, though. No, she left long before that.
Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane?
Arcane. Is that It's Erenville.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
I can go ninja and just turn invisible, perhaps, and listen in.
If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
I mean, I can go ninja.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Trial.
Krile?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Nod. Is she okay?
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Also, that's interesting. The flowers are not reacting to her at all. I've sent you a Discord. Okay. Let's get after him already. We waited too long as it is. It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been. What other choice do we have? Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? I've already leveled up, so I think we're going to change to what needs experience? Sure. Is Krile still feeling unwell? I never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too, as we cannot let our quarry slip away. Okay. It's already time for another ad break. That went by so fast. Okay. Yeah, we'll come right back, and we'll continue on with more Endwalker. So I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Hello. Yeah, Allie, I did see the grapes. They look really, really straight, kind of like rectangular, diamond shaped, I guess. They're not really. Yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, that's really cursed. I say. Yeah, try to look at that. Yeah, that's interesting. I will definitely compare like later on, but thank goodness for the graphic updates. All right, let's talk to Alize again. The full report, warts and all. Alize is not about to let Erenville out of her sight. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Archaeum. We can still catch him. Let's go into Ninja. Alright. We do have a hide ability. Or are we just gonna follow him the old-fashioned way? It seems Yashola wishes to have a word with us. I could still hear it. She's definitely hearing something. Stand miss won't help. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, a colossal wall-like structure is Logiston Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect him to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. I literally have an ability called Hide, and I could just listen in on them, you guys. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Guys, Okay. But there are other ways of turning invisible. The obvious ninja right next to you, perhaps. Hoppity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Okay. Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. God. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you're likely to be able to leap into the jaws of a predator, as you would learn anything of note. Aww. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. My hide ability literally prevents me from being seen by enemies. Like up to 4 levels, I think. Certain duties require you to transform into creatures or other people, restricting available actions. These transformations only last a limited time, indicated by the transfiguration status effect. Should the transfiguration status effect expire or stray too far from the objective, be returned to your original form. You may return to the starting location at any time to refresh the duration of the status. Okay. Alright, Alpha Node. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace, but you still was right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. This is kind of cute, but essentially defenseless, they said. Ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what he's telling you if this is the wrong way. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Allie Toad turn to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Showa is definitely getting more good at her dangerous magics. Oh, piss off. So, go to the north, right? Perhaps? Right. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
I've seen other media, other games, other anime, where generally when they say something like, it's all in service for the greater good, that usually means they're going to sacrifice the people who contributed to this. Like, I'm kind of guessing maybe that all of the things that you've done to help us get to this point, we're going to unleash Zodiark and kill you all in the process for the greater good. Like, that's kind of what I'm assuming here, perhaps. When anyone says the greater good, it's not good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Ribbit, ribbit. Don't mind us, we're just doing frog things. Ribbit, ribbit. 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 Ribbit, ribbit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Does he have the echo? I definitely heard the echo sound. One of the sound effects. Like, I feel like he has the echo.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
He has the echo, probably.
If you mean to impersonate the Toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Got him. I still think we should have gone invisible. I mean, I have that ability. Oh, well. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. Oh, experience. Let me give something else experience. Sure. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seems inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of a sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. If we happen to cross paths with Erenville again, I should like to thank him properly. A guide of sorts. Alize is staring off into the direction Erenville departed, with a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment to all of its resources? Judging from what we just learned, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ystoli and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. Alright, let's head back. I think today we're gonna try and get to the dungeon, hopefully. We'll finish this half and maybe, hopefully, unlock the dungeon if there's not that many quests in the story for it. Hopefully it's not too long from the end of this to the dungeon. Also, Krile is missing. Where's Krile? It's funny how normal the forest seems now, as the toad is also much more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We would share this with Krile, and then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we'll find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision. In hindsight, would you mind checking near these flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decides to wander. Okay, so he probably didn't have the echo, like he just knew based on his training and what he does for a living. Alright, time to find Krile. Also, that's a huge orange circle around here. So much land to cover. I still do want to do a bonus stream, perhaps Friday. And I think we'll do some more job quests for Reaper. And then we'll unlock the blue quest here for Aether Currents. I initially thought that said Slay Queen. That enemy. Like, for a brief second, I thought that said Slay Queen. Yes. I don't remember where those flowers were. They're probably on a higher ledge somewhere, perhaps. That's where we found the birds, but let's see. I'm looking. Probably up there. Darn it. I don't know, I'm not really fond of these quests where you have to find someone and like the radius of the search area is this large. Like, it's not fun, honestly. I really kind of don't like it. Where is the Lalafell at? I have lost my Lalafell again. Maybe right there. That looks like an area that is isolated from everywhere else. Let's check there. It's a waterfall area, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, maybe it's above us, perhaps. No, not there. Will this quest be the quest that stops me from ever finishing Endwalker? Because I have to find one Lalafell here. I'm gonna be searching forever. I guess we'll start at the edge of the circle, perhaps. Alright, I have to go around, don't I? In the vicinity of the farm. The vicinity is huge, though. Like, where is she at? Not there. Yeah, I don't even remember where the flowers were. Like, where were the flowers? Alright, let's head back up this way. I really wish I could fly. It'd save so much time, but... Phobos. Let's check Phobos. Not there. I've already looked there. There's a nook and cranny there, which... around the vicinity of the farm. She's not there in the waterfall area. I would have seen the icon already. It's probably gonna be in the most obvious place that I haven't looked yet, isn't it? And then I'm gonna feel dumb afterwards. Yeah, so far I've not even seen the flowers. Like, where are they? Oh my god, this is annoying. So frustrating. Yeah, and honestly, I just feel like I'm wasting time. Come on. In the vicinity of the farm. Funny enough, that area down there is... looks like it's sealed away. That's interesting. Like, she's not inside the farm, but... oh my god. I already looked there. I'm honestly just tempted just to go back and... oh my god. Just go back and talk to our friends again. There's also the radius up here. Huh. Hmm. Alright, we keep searching. Is she around the pillar? No. close to another ad break too. That kind of annoys me. I just feel like I haven't done anything for like the past 15 minutes already. Come on. Oh my fucking god, there she is. Alright. That is absolute BS. Like, she was just right there, and they have like this entire radius here to look around for me looking around like an absolute idiot right there. Like, they could not have shortened the range of the damn radius circle. Ah, jeez. Like, easily the worst quest in the entire game, honestly. That was fucking horrible. Alright. Alright, Krile. What's up?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Ah, that's nice.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
Huh.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Like the word of the mother.
Save the first from the flood of light. It has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Yeah, the word of the mother.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was.
Okay, I guess we're throwing out the, her body and soul are separated theory. Okay. It was just Heidelin trying, like, to use her as a vessel, like the word of the mother.
Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
I don't know if I like it or not, but I really wish like she would just give us like at least like maybe 5 minutes to at least like explain herself, just instead of just, oh hey, here's a flower, good luck. Like, come on, like I've been playing this game like for how long, and I just really wish that she would just give us like some kind of crumbs as to her struggle with Zodiark, or who she is as a primal, or go more into her lore or origins. It's basically like, no, here's a flower, good luck. Like, come on. But, I don't know. The very fact that it's kind of leaving out like some details, just giving us barely like any kind of crumbs as to like her. We had to learn her and Zodiark's journey in another realm, basically, and not from her herself. But, oh my god, it's just, I don't know, it's like, oh, come on, like, at least give us, like, some type of, like, lore in regards to you. Because we learned a lot in Shadowbringers about you and your struggle, but you yourself have showed up to us, like, 3 times already, and you haven't really given us any kind of, like, information or lore or something, like, to explain yourself. Like, come on. Alright. Anyway.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Now what? Oh, hi, Dad.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Erenville?
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Unless you were working with Ascians, basically. That's basically what you're doing. Ascians and Zodiark.
Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
At the very least, like, tell us what it is.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has
Graha.
already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Apparently.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just ready to throw heads. I'm ready to fight. Like, I do not care. I am ready to throw heads, bust skulls, like, just... I'm kind of sick of the secrets, honestly.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
My only explanation is we still have 9 more levels to go, so no answers, pun intended. Okay. Alright. Okay.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
If we get into another cutscene, I will skip an ad. Yeah. Let's snooze an ad. Oh, Krile has her hood down.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Smile. Also, Thancred and Urianger and Estinian are not here. We're missing 3
This inquiry is
Scions.
now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Saving them.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Oh, piss off.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Give us a choice to say something, please.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your Momentous duty of an age long past, that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention.
Or are you contributing to it?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Yep.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Go on.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
I'm actually going to take a screenshot here, but go on, Graha.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Changing 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Go on.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty,
are
I
involved.
must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Friend, huh?
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Are you helping us?
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
All right. That is true. We still have 9 more levels to go. And that's still, like, just incredible that since we started Endwalker, there's just so much has happened. And we're still, like, only in MSQ 80. Like, that's a lot. Like, what is this? Like, already 8 hours, and we haven't even done MSQ 81 yet. Like, each MSQ level is just packed with so much, like, lore and stuff. Alright, friends. Let's talk to you guys. Thank the gods for Scholar Monteshane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, and I'm still groping in the dark for answers, but I need him to know that I would never stop searching. I owe it that much to our involved and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whenever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I just read as I left the restricted section. I knocked over the security mammoth on the way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. It's fine, you're fine. Okay, I will need to take a break now because ads are going to start in like a minute. So I'll be right back and we'll continue on with the story. So be right back. Alright friends, we are back. Alright, let's finish this quest here. Also, I kind of said earlier that Thancred and Urianger and Astinian were not, were not here, was because I still completely forgot that this is still one half of the MSQ split that we still needed to work on. And that just goes to show, like, how lengthy and so much, like, there's just so much to each of these MSQ levels. Like, I've been playing Endwalker now for maybe like 9 hours now, and we're still nowhere near to the next MSQ, which there's a lot here. This expansion is already packed so far. But let's talk to you again. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. While our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn a lot more of substance here in Sharlayan. Level up. I'm kind of curious, can we maybe go see Master Matoya and get her opinion on the, on what's been going on, like with the Forum? Okay. We still have to think very carefully about how are we to proceed from here. A state visitor, Alzay has a look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clear, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Elfinode, Alizé, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Oh, you have, what's her name's hair? Anna's. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Mother. Hi, Mom. Amelian, Slivier, at your service. When you find people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortunote are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I'm absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't have been better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matter with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the Annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Timea, what do you think? Aye. Timea, the Timea Aquios. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist you join us. Sure? But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality. Servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Timea, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter's settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Alright then, fun times now. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates all over all the time. But well, I wasn't the most. It was a different time for me, alright? I apologize, my mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Timea? Though it seems we still have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to visit our home? More escorting. If we're going, let's get this over with. Be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is so perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, gosh, never mind. The Labyrinthos estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment. Came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. When Alze and I were little, this bridge was as far as we permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant would always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Alze sounds like a teenager who have a boy band poster on her bedroom. I was kind of thinking it, that she has like posters of the Warrior of Light and just photos of us like during our journey. Because like she's like our biggest fan, and Graha as well. That said, I wonder if Graha and Crystal Exarch probably had pictures and posters of us in the what's that room called? The ocular. Because like just considering like these two are like our biggest fans. Like they have like posters and stuff of us being badass, fighting enemies, doing silly side quests from the accounts of random people who took pictures of us like with Hildebrand or something. I don't know. That's cute. Hello. And here you are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
Oh, I recognize the Rogadin from A Realm Reborn. He was there in Coils.
What? What are you gawping at?
House Livier in all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. House Livier in all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Have fun.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those I treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Of course.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I feel like when they return, they're gonna get like new outfits or something. I don't know. I just feel like they are. That's probably what the gifts are. Yeah, I'm calling that too. Yeah.
When you mentioned
Called
gifts,
it.
I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Look at the new drip.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Was it a new book?
Wait. Are these...
I know what those are.
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Sage Stone.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Sage Alphino.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Damn, it looks so good. Thank you. So I will say that initially, the only thing I knew about Endwalker was this right here. I did get spoiled on Alpha Node becoming a sage, just based from GeoCat's healer video. That was the only thing in Endwalker that I got spoiled on, to be honest. But still, it's still pretty cool though. Like, I didn't realize like this was the moment where he would become the sage though. So it was still really good reaction. To see him get the sage's nothlets. But yeah, our twins have grown up now. Alphanode is more nerdier. Yep. Yes, we definitely leveled up for sure. Yeah, nerd. Also, sage buddies. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. My visit was all too brief, for now. However, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Let's see. Where were we? Oh, right there. Yeah, nerd. Main hall entrance. Let's talk to these guys again. I turned by way of Keith's experimental aetherite. Okay. So you're saying the same thing like before. If I intend to master the sage's armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether I poured into a moonstone and obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Nothlets as allies in battle. Simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my Carbuncle companions. Also, it's the last time we're going to see Carbuncle, probably. Rest in peace, Bunky. Don't think for a moment I'm jealous of Alphinode's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eorzea matching outfits, but our styles, with fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm more proud of the differences between us. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levier would be pure hubris. After all, we're merely on the outskirts of what it is, essentially a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origins lie in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortunato means a sill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stem not from anger, I think, but desperation. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide. And the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. What needs leveling? Scholar. Awesome. Trying to think. I think we're gonna. I think we'll stop with MSQ today, because I feel like it's a good place, just considering like how long their half was considering. We're gonna stop with MSQ here today, and we'll pick up next week. That said, let's do one last thing instead, and let's go back to the first actually, and return to Pelusia. Yeah, we're done with MSQ for today. Okay, so let's... It feels weird just being back here, considering like the emotional goodbye afterwards, but there is a weekly quest here. Also, speaking of which, during this point in time too, just to kind of like, just to keep an archive of what I've been doing with Timea's journey here, we did finish Delirium Reginae yesterday, actually, with our group of friends. So I finished the Eureka raid, the next one. So we are good to go to continue Bajda. There were a whole bunch of blue quests as well. And I think we'll continue Bajda maybe on Friday. Do some of the blue quests there. I did say that I wanted to do another stream this week. Catch up on job quests and do the 8th occurrence in Thavnir and Sharlayan. So let's say hi to you again. How to catch an automaton. Do a marker there. The decisive dwarf who regards you with the steely determination of someone who's about to ask a favor. It's you. Been a while. Been meaning to apologize for my behavior at the meeting. For all my bluster, I had nothing to offer. You made me see the hypocrite that I was, and I was determined to do better. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't struggling, though. We need more automata to help us rebuild, you see. I thought we could repurpose the ones we got guarding the village. When I went to shut one down, the blasted thing tried to bash my head in. Barely escaped with my beard, I tell you. Whoever programmed them did their job a little too well. You're supposed to be a mighty warrior, though ain't that right? Think you could subdue an iron beard for me? Just to show how it's done? If I could see it once, I reckon I could deal with them by myself. Just watch and learn. I'm in your debt. Here, take this sack. You could slip it over an iron beard to keep it subdued after you knocked it around enough. Alright, let's go into... let's do Scholar again. On a weekend, Dwarven automaton. Nice. Hello, here's your sack. Look at my beard. You took all of the automatons so quickly. I would have missed it if I had blinked. Thanks for bringing this thing back, and for the lesson as well. I reckon I got the trick of it now. I come to realize something. There are no action so notable as one you could take for another. I keep that close to my heart and strive to be someone who strives for others, just like you. By the way, the chief came looking for you while you were outside the village. Seemed important. Go see what he wants, eh? Alright. Lally, yet another recording device has arrived ho. Whatever Kanog's up to, as long as he keeps sending these, we can assume he's safe, and well... Anyway, here you go. Chief, can I speak with you for a moment? Sure, what is it? It's Glag. I ran into him just now. He was behaving oddly. Just when you think he's angry, he suddenly bursts into tears, and the next thing you know, he's talking with you like you're an old friend. Ah, that. He's been that way since the meeting. But I'll sort him out, don't worry. Thanks for bringing me word. Now let me know if you notice anything else. Huh. It seems Glag's condition isn't too common knowledge yet. It's only a matter of time if it continues to worsen. Like it seems to be doing. Sorry, I'm saying all of this out loud. but it's not your problem to deal with. Just stay focused on the rebuilding. That's how you'll best help us. You obtain a message from Kanag. Okay. Okay, so I think we're done here. Let's go back to the FC house. All right, perfect. Oh, fireworks? Ah, right. Hi, Marie. Okay. Hi, Andromeda. Okay. Right. Alright, guys. We are done for today. Thank you guys for hanging out here, watching me go through MSQ again. We finally finished the MSQ split, Thancred's side and Kryle's side. This one was more action-packed, or more lore-heavy and story-heavy compared to the first half of the MSQ split. Because it just feels like the one before that took less time when we were in Thavnir. This one was just super packed with a lot of things happening. And yeah, we met Erenville. We found out a little more, I guess, about the Forum's involvement. We discovered a new area in Labyrinthos. We did the Alliance quest for Shadowbringers. And in regards to that, we also met Mom, and Alphinaud and Alizé also got some new outfits as well. And Alphinaud became a sage, which I kind of got spoiled on before, but still, I'm still excited for him to learn sage. But let's see. Yeah. Next stream we're gonna do is potentially Friday, because tomorrow I do work. Saturday. Yeah, Saturday I'm also working, I believe. Sunday I'm busy with D&D, and then there's next week, so likely Friday we'll do a bonus stream. We'll do the Reaper job quests, because I got Reaper up to 80. We'll do the Rising event, and I think we'll do more Bajda afterwards, because I was able to complete the raid with friends, and we're able to do more story. Not only that, we'll also probably go back to Sharlayan, Thavnir, and Labyrinthos and do some of the Aether Current blue quests as well. So we have a good amount of stuff to do for the next stream. And then of course we'll do MSQ next week, either on Tuesday or Wednesday. But let me look up my schedule for next week. Just load into my work app. Okay, yeah, Thursday I'm working. Friday, potential stream. Sunday, D&D. Oh, I actually have 3 days from Sunday. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So yeah, Tuesday we could do MSQ. We can continue MSQ on Tuesday. Then, since I'm not working on the 9th. Okay, so it works out perfectly then. Alright, so let me say goodbye here. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out here. It's always a blast to be with you guys, even if you're just lurking and hanging out on socials, YouTube, Ko-Fi. Let's see, socials, YouTube, Ko-Fi, Discord. Okay, Blue Sky, of course, my social media. Alright guys, I know who we're gonna raid into today. Raid, and there is the raid message. We are going to say hi to a new sprout who is still in, or who is going through the game playing on Reborn. We are going to say hi to JT. They started Final Fantasy XIV. They're in Realm Reborn. It looks like they're in the Gold Saucer, and he is about to do Garuda. Yeah. So let's say hi. Raid channel. All things. All the things. Okay, I think I got that right. Okay, folks. We'll be back with MSQ on Tuesday. Friday will be bonus stream. We'll be doing some content in the Endwalker areas and the Rising event. And yeah, take care, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll catch y'all next time. Goodbye.